Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. First of all, Mr. David Bowling, thank you so much for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Time is crazy. It's still weird to me that it's been 13 months, but thank you so much. Quag Chad to you as well. Let's see, did I miss anything else? Pet the pet for Big Daddy Jojo. I can do that as soon as they're not busy eating. I just gave them food, so they're a little occupied right now. Yeah, okay. Chat's not gonna let me hit 50k. Of course not, Priz. You can't have nice things. It's not allowed.
She's just a girl and she's
There's
on
the alert.
fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag Chad.
Quag Chad indeed. Thank you again, David. Yeah, we're at 99%. That goal is getting met today. Okay, so I'll start officially putting together a program for the 24 later today, I suppose. Once you guys hit it, I'll actually start on that. Let's greet everyone first, though. We got Pupty, Jester, Urban Mech, Itsukado, Cosmic Owl, Shard Attack, Cheeky, Twisted Grin, Tactical Penguins, Mechromancer Gage, Rune, JC Wannabe, Mahoney, Brucey, Deep Zombie, Brother Matt, Big Daddy Jojo, Thermal, J-Bridge, Glenny, a loading screen. Thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate it. Thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
We got Reckless Monster. I don't know if I said Reckless Monster, but hi, Reckless Monster. David Bowling, New Mexico. Priz, Sora, Fatal, Sinju, Chimpy, E. Allen Purr, of course, loading screen boss. So, today, I want to knock out some more chaos climbing. We're gonna level Ghostblade, aka the best action skill. It's just the best because it's cool. We're gonna level up Ghostblade to C50, see how it holds up there. I transferred only a couple gear upgrades. Like I swapped out a couple rings, and I think I swapped out my Sword Explosion for a Primordial. I don't have anything higher than Primordial on this. We'll see how I need to swap out. I'm slightly worried about how Bernadette and Drill are gonna go. I guess a little bit about Celissa as well, but we'll see. We'll see how it works out. The build hasn't been directly affected by much other than enemy damage at C50 is pretty high. And the contagion change just eliminates some damage peakiness, but we rarely hit that anyway, because the way I set up the build, I didn't have enough status damage to consistently get big contagion chains anyway. I had like 102% or something. It was like, eh. Oh, OBS, you're doing this already? That's cool. That's lovely. What kind of... I guess I owe Chad a pet. Hey Portalite. I'm still watching play at Don't Wonderlands unless they up the damage on everything or add more levels. I feel like they're making stuff and it's getting way harder to do anything, so I'm done. Up the damage on everything. What do you mean? In terms of adding more levels, they just gave us more chaos levels. I don't understand. Uses Stab-O-Matic Universal Soldier, it's really dumb. Yeah, Stab-O-Matic's crazy strong. AKA a new item they just added that made people stronger. Honestly, if Wonderlands is giving you frustration to the point where you want them to buff everything in the game, it's not a game problem, it's a you problem. Or characters like character levels, that just makes the game worse, Portal Knight. Doesn't solve your problem. It's a you problem. Sorry. Characters are too strong already. Too strong. If you are not having success, you are not using the right things. It's that simple. Raid boss practice in Borderlands 2 while watching this. Ooh, nice. Best of luck with that, Sakura. Or hopefully my connection is, you know, somewhat okay today. Oh, and yeah, thanks for everyone hanging out in the Outrider stream on Saturday. That was a lot of fun. Something a little different. But it was pretty chill, and love to see people show up for that. I appreciate the support. Stabmatic so fun when I'm climbing tiers. I don't know what I'm doing, almost like tier 50. Stabmatic, it's so strong. I'm thinking that I do want to, at some point in the climb here, pause and go get one. Hey, Wizardia, how you doing? Is this health bug? No, that looks right. Yeah, no, this is right. Hey, Rohit, how are you? Good to see you. So the reason why I'm actually paying attention to bonus objectives during the climb is we're going to be spending our crystals on the way up on the Sniper Bunny because I want Greatbows. Now the cool thing about getting Greatbows is their level and chaos tier doesn't matter if you plan on using them for what I'm going to use them for. Hey Priz, thank you for the 22 months. Biggest frustration feel with the change modes is enemy damage, so it's all about getting one shot by a mountain troll and tank build. That could stand to come down a little.
It's just a matter of time before Quag converts one of his WL characters to be a Devastator wannabe. Calling it now.
Yes, gonna happen. I haven't been pulling crazy stuff on Devastator the way some people have been doing some crazy stuff. Pyro and Devastator and Technomancer are all crazy, are capable of some ridiculous stuff right now. But I'm doing weird dev stuff, so I'm having fun with that. Like, I'm doing Boulder Dash, Endless Mass dev. I'm still able to kill the final boss in, like, a few seconds, so that's cool. So not as crazy as something like, if any of you have seen Chadley's Pyro stuff, it's absolutely nuts. Dude is getting sub 3-minute Boomtown and just crazy, crazy stuff. Outrider's fun game. But yeah, Priz, thank you for the 22 months. I haven't played Outriders in a while since it was first released. What am I missing that? They did a big update in like August and then a really big update in November. And they released a paid expansion this past week. And it shook up the game a lot. A lot more new gear, a lot more build options. For any Pyro enjoyers out there, Eruption is now, like, unironically the best thing in the game. Like, Eruption Ash Blast Overheat is the fastest clearing thing in the entire game. And it's not close. Devastator is now the peak one-shot damage dealer. The game flipped on its head, it's so weird. Is it worth playing Outriders again if you don't end up getting World Slayer? Some of the World Slayer update stuff is applied to the base game. You just don't get the new content, but I believe Apocalypse stuff still applies to you. Just you don't get the new content. And I don't think the new items. But the balance changes to existing stuff. That all, you get all that, so. Techno's tank now support. No, Techno is capable of doing crazy damage too. AP Techno is like really, really strong right now as well. As far as I'm aware, Trickster has kind of been the least interesting post-World Slayer. But everyone else got stronger. And I don't have much Trickster experience to really dissect how the changes work there. Okay, boom.
Good morning and forth to you all.
Thank you so much for the 21 months, Boom. I appreciate it. Notice you're playing on balance or intense, enemy damage increases the same. Damage they do is clearly different. There's a different factor in play there. Yeah, J-Bridge. You go into your gameplay menu, look at difficulties here. Balanced is the intended experience. Relaxed, players deal more, enemies deal less. Intense, players deal less, enemies deal more. So if you're on intense, you just have a constant 15% penalty to your damage, and enemies have a constant 15% buff to their damage. If you're on relaxed, it's the opposite. You have a constant 15% buff, enemies have a constant 15% debuff. And that is multiplicative with everything else. So it's impactful. It's good for first run. Technomancer, Trickster, Devastator, or Pyro from a first hour of experience. Devastator is the one where you're least likely to get stonewalled by dying to things. I'd say Trickster is the least, like, I'd advocate the least for Trickster for a first experience, because the damage potential is quite crazy, but it's awkward, and you are very, like, you do not have much room for failure. If you mess up, you're just gonna die on Trickster. That's just how the class works. So very high risk for not necessarily higher reward. Technomancer pre-World Slayer was, like, by far the least interesting. So I didn't have much of an interest on that for pre-World Slayer. Devastator has been my favorite consistently. You just don't die on Devastator unless you severely, severely, severely mess up. There's Dark Souls sale this weekend in Microsoft Store. Picked up Souls 1 Remastered, 2 and 3 of Season Pass for around $35. That's a hell of a deal, Leon. I should have snatched that up. Ugh. I didn't pay attention. I did look at Steam sale briefly, and I grabbed Devil May Cry 5. Which I am looking forward to playing. That might be a variety Saturday game. Who knows? I don't know if I'm going to play it on stream, off stream, but I do want to play it. Spellcaster type or companion type. Spellcaster would be Dev or Pyro. Companion is like basically just Techno. Technically, there's ways for Devastator and kind of Pyro to do kind of companion stuff, but not really. If you want like actual companion, it's Techno. But Spellcaster is definitely either Pyro or Dev. Apparently Mass Effect Legendary Edition will be free for people with Amazon Prime later this month. Ooh. Mass Effect Legendary Edition being free is crazy. That is the whole Mass Effect series minus Andromeda. But, like, that's so crazy. Definitely grab that when that's up. Good shout on that one, J-Bridge. Sale isn't until the 13th. Ooh, I'll have to grab those then. Thank you, yeah. Grab those after stream. I've played the Dark Souls games just across various platforms across various years. I don't own any of them on, like, my Steam or anything. So, I want to change that. Is practicing for Malwan Takedown and BL2 a good idea? No. BL2 and BL3 are extremely different games. They play very differently. The things you need to keep in mind are very different, and the strategies are very different. I'd say if you're practicing for Malwan Takedown, the best way to do it is to play Malwan Takedown or Slaughter Star. Make sure you respect other people's boundaries and stuff, Portal Knight. Just as a general blanket thing. Just good life advice to live by. Done it once, felt great, it actually encouraged me to fight more raid bosses. Yeah, so the thing with the design philosophy of raid bosses in the Lands games is each of them kind of does it differently. Like BL2 raid bosses, they're very mechanically simple, they don't do much except occasionally Nova, and they're just HP walls. That's it. There's nothing really to practice. BL3 raid bosses are either evasion checks or DPS checks. And then in Wonderlands, they're both evasion and DPS checks. So, over time, the raid boss design, I would say, improved. Now, I still think Wotan in BL3 is, like, the best design boss they've ever done, but their design strategy did improve over time. Buying Prime for a month. Nice, Chris. I was worried about my damage. This is actually way better than what I was expecting. Okay, why was I worried? Hey Viper, Ghostblade indeed. I'm so confident I think I'll try to kill Veracitus. Veracitus is one of those, evasion checks. If you know how to avoid Veracitus' damage, then yeah, you have infinite time to deal with all this stuff. But if you don't, that's what trips people up. And he has a very healthy amount of HP. Come on, Ghostblade. There you go. More broken OP10. Yeah, just a lot more HP. That's all. Ghostblade hitting like a truck. Yeah, Ghostblade's so sick. I'll get to that message in a moment. Boom. Hey, good job, Snake Stick. Here's the offer part. Ghostblade doesn't wanna assist there. That's fine. So far, Outriders feels like a bullet spread from every direction. Depending on the enemy type, it always feels like that. Sometimes you're fighting melee enemies that don't shoot at you, though. Okay. Dragon Lord's still awkward on this, but we made it. For me, BL1 Crawl will always be my favorite raid boss, which is a cool fight with good ads and gave satisfying loot. Crawl was good. Crawl was good. I still don't know how they managed to make Crawl less good by copy-pasting it into another game, but Crawl was good. When I say I have a bad memory, I can recall all the stuff about lands games, can't remember what enchants are on my gear. I don't remember what enchants are on my gear sometimes. I have a selective memory. What are your healing sources with this build? Vampire Body Rune Sigil? Sigil and Body Rune. Also, I have a small HP regen passive on my armor. Yeah. I'll just kind of lurk because it works. Sounds good, Viper. What would you say are the differences between a Ghostblade build and FTS melee? Don't expect to just slap Ghostblade on my build, have it be as good as yours, so I was underwhelmed with the performance every time I use it. With Ghostblade, you're multitasking. So, like, with FTS melee, you're always critting, so that's not something you need to gear for. And you're just swinging your melee weapon. That's it. You can add more flavor, but you don't really need to. But with Ghostblade, if you were to just sit here and do nothing, then it's overwhelming. But the advantage of Ghostblade is it's there doing something, while you can also do things. You can keep applying crossbows. You can continue to swing your melee weapon. You can drop down your sigil. You can debuff with soak. Like, you've got options. You can just do things. That's how you get power out of Ghostblade. You pump as much formula as you can into it through other means, while you are also continuing to do things yourself. Hey Foster, how you doing? Bad memory in reality works really horribly. It's different than sometimes things you can learn and understand. Yeah. Like, how many times do I ask you guys to remind me to do something at the end of a run? It's because I will not remember. It just does not stick. But I can recall all this lands game information because repetition, mostly. Ridden Sniper Bunny the whole way up because I want Greatbows. Maybe we keep a counter for Greatbows on the screen? Because the goal is to get 74 Greatbows. Yes, that is the goal. We are farming 74 antique Greatbows. Kept telling myself while on Chaos runs I wanted to go and check out the Overworld random encounter drop boost. Took me 2 days to finally actually do it. I still haven't. Sawmill still makes me sad to look at. Alright, no Greatbows this run, so we don't need the counter yet. Hey Benme, how you doing? Oh, was that it? Yeah, community challenge ended. Alright, you guys raised the 4 mil. So, yep. I'm gonna do 24-hour stream. Good bro, just lurking. Just, yep, celebrating. I saw your message before I saw that. Okay, yeah, I'm doing the 24. Was it Greatbow? The Greatbow is a sniper rifle, a Hyperion sniper rifle. Let me see if I have any in my bank so I can show you. I might not. I don't. Basically, it's a Hyperion sniper rifle, and it's got the highest damage of any gun in the entire game. It's not close, it's just got the highest damage. But the gimmick with it is once you shoot it a single time, it breaks and becomes a used Greatbow instead. And that used Greatbow has 1/10 the damage. 1/10 the damage. But the used Greatbow is still extremely powerful as a weapon. Like, that's how strong the unused Greatbow is, that you can take away 90% of its damage, and it's still one of the stronger guns in the game. So the cool thing about getting used Greatbows is that they will recalculate level and chaos tier based on what you have available. So, let's say you had a level 35 non-chaotic antique Greatbow. If you shot that on Chaos 50 at level 40, you would get a level 40 used Greatbow, because it's calculating based on your current level, and you would have a chance to even get an Ascended version. So, why do I want 74 of them? Because I want to fill a character's inventory and active weapon slots with Greatbows, and sit here shooting all of them to get Ascended ones. That's why I want 74. Use Lady Fist for Pyro Pete? Sure. Just in case that was health bug, because like I'm not entirely certain, I'm gonna save quit that. Okay. 74 in boss farm with them? I could. A single antique Greatbow is enough to one-shot raid bosses. So, like, I could. Wait if you get an Ascended and shoot it into Chaotic. No, Ascended into non-Chaotic. Oof. A fall from grace. Yeah, no, our damage is just sick. I thought this was the health bug, because I guess it's been a minute since I played the Ghostblade setup, but no, our damage is just sick. Imagine the odds of you Ascended to Ascended. That'd be crazy. Would you even be Ascension at that point? Yeah, isn't that stagnation? You hit enter a little early there, Jello Pool. I do that all the time. Send early? Yeah. It's all good. An Ascended antique Greatbow sounds like gun you up over the fireplace just to admire. The damage has got to be crazy on that. At Primordial, it was like a Greatbow is over 50,000 card damage. You add up all the projectiles. So I don't even know what Ascended is at this point. Zero sniper build. As far as I know, a lot of people use Amigo Sincero for Pete's helmet for that Sakura. What the gamer doing? Hey Myro, we're using Ghostblade. We're using the fidget spinner action skill because it's best action skill. Pure neuron activation. Who the fuck is mowing their lawn at 10 AM on a Monday? Why are you like this? Grass waits for no man. It should. Primordial Spell Ring be better than a Volatile Shark's Bane? That's not an answer you can. That's not a question you can answer one-to-one. Thermal. That's not how these games work. Well, I don't know. I don't know what setup you're on. I don't know what other bonuses you have. That's not a thing that can be answered straight up. What Dragon Lord modifiers do you avoid? For this build, I avoid Stay Back, the one that damages you for being close to enemies, because that makes it difficult for me to plant my Snake Stick. I avoid Stay Back. Toothless and Outdam Dot are pretty big damage downs for this. Sometimes I'll take them for the challenge, but those are the three that I just, like, kind of don't. On this build. On the Chaos Climb, I'm not really going to be taking too many curses. Some, but not too many. Just trying to get through. Customer got mad at me yesterday because they wanted a straw with their can of soda. I don't know straws, so why the fuck would I with canned soda? They wanted a refund because cans hurt their teeth. Is this their first day being a human? What? Why are they chewing on the can? Good question, Jack. Good question. I do not have an answer to that for you. If you raise castles in each character, just raising it on one, raise all of them. You have to do it on each character. I've taken 2 characters up to C50 already, but this one, as you can see, I'm having to do fresh. Well, not fresh, but I had it at C35, and you gotta take them all up one by one. So wait on my refund. It was you, Rabbit. That explains a lot. What's my melee crit chance at right now? I'm curious. 65%. Love to see it. That's without Ghostblade out, too. Farming Souls, 2 fortified citadels, kill all the blooms is really funny. That is funny. Made food today? Food is a strong word, but go on. It's actually good, though. Hit us up again in about 8 hours. Last time you said you made good food, I'm pretty sure you gave yourself food poisoning again. Okay, that sounds amazing, actually. I should use a fire weapon for Banshee. Let's do that. Guess we'll do that. I'm not going to be able to really get close. That's fine. I think I have a fire theurge. Yeah, I transferred that over. Let's do fire stuff. I don't want to be that guy. Some people with sensitive teeth will drink sodas with a straw so it doesn't hit their teeth. This is still a them problem, something to think about. Yeah, it's a them problem. And like, I do have, you know, a history of some dental sensitivity stuff. So like, stuff bumping into my teeth does sometimes bother me. But I also don't go around demanding refunds when I do it to myself. Yeah. And also, soda's maybe not a good choice. Ghostblade, hit detection. Ghostblade, why can't I move you? Okay, so someone mentioned Ghostblade having hit detection issues on Banshee, and that's the first time I've actually seen it. But yeah, like, it wouldn't let me move it either. Also, I'm dying to something? What even... Should I buy this game? Big dilemma? I enjoy this game a lot. Here, I'll take the death here. I'll take the death here. Yeah, I enjoy this game a lot. If you like build crafting and dungeon crawling, this game's right up your alley. If you do happen to want to buy it, ! Wonderlands will show you my affiliate link, and going through that link supports me. And also, if you go for the Chaotic Great Edition, that is the Season Pass version, through that link you get some extra cosmetics you otherwise wouldn't. Yeah, so that can be replicated. You can't move Ghostblade. Like, you have to completely look away, and when you put it on Banshee when she's here, it just doesn't hit her. It just doesn't hit. It's good to know. Yeah, in this phase, Ghostblade doesn't hit Banshee? I mean, I still have Snake Stick, so like this is actually fine. But it just doesn't. Hitboxes be like... Why is it easier to hit Banshee with Dreadwind than Ghostblade? Ghostblade, you good, homie? Yeah, pretty weird. Okay, it hits here. So I guess this is the time you could Ghostblade Banshee. So Ghostblade users, wait for her to do that. That's when you Ghostblade her. Laser hands were kicking this boss yesterday, struggled a bit on Chaos 40. Were you aiming for the crit spot? Aiming for Banshee's head is a huge damage opportunity. If you hit something with a natural crit with a laser hand, chances are that that resulting double knot or blast gasp is just gonna do ludicrous damage. Whoever mentioned the things around her predict her screams, thank you, the real MVP. Yeah, those do. Also, the shockwaves are color-coded. Every Banshee attack has a very big telegraph, which is really nice. Yeah, because it's placed so early in the story, it really makes for a good teaching boss. Like, it teaches you what you need to do for other bosses in the game. Problem with Banshees, I sometimes forget if I'm crouched or not. Me too. Me too. Greatbow number 1. Alright. Probably set up a counter on screen. Primordial Carouser. It's the low damage roll one though. Primordial Con, melee crossbolts. I want that. That actually seems like high damage for a Chaotic Envy. 2 Greatbows. Do I hear 3? No, just more envies. Alright, let me set that up. Wow, that's some old text. That's from a year ago. So let me use the other one. See damage numbers on the gun? Sure. Here, I'll show you the chaotic one. Surely you don't have the bank space for 74 Greatbows. I made some room. I made some room. 74? No, but I did make some room. See? I have 50 slots. Does Karma get a Kratos from same raid boss? I don't know. Actually, we were really impressed with 50. Yeah, I spent like 20 minutes before stream doing that. Bank space? What's that? We need more bank space. It's not enough. The thing about that is, yes, I want more bank space. But realistically speaking, is there a number that would appease me? No, because I would just meet that number. Like, it's a me problem. I fully admit, it is a me problem. They could increase bank space more and I'd still complain. Gotta have self-awareness when it comes to these things. customize the UI first. Yeah, more bank space would probably be really tough to navigate as well with the current UI. That's a point. It's pain enough going page to the end. Yeah, I don't really look at my spells at my bank. I still have stuff from C20 because I just don't go that far in my bank. And once this is at C50, 2 of my 3 builds at C50 use Scalawags. It's kind of funny. I honestly think I use Scalawags more than any other gun in this entire game. It's like first place Scalawag, second place White Rider, third place Last Rites. Obviously you need more banks and a bank to put your banks into. That's just math science. True. True. Really can't argue with that. Also, I don't know what's more annoying, my ISP being awful or that lawnmower. It's not a Quag-friendly day. We're not going to let it win, because we have Ghostblade. Ghostblade solves all problems. Except Banshee's hitbox. Listen, that's a low blow. So, for Contagion naysayers who are worried about it since the nerf, that enemy died from Contagion. Like, it just requires you to have an actually good initial dot now, that's all. And Ghostblade Alchemical Agent applies some very strong initial dots. So Contagion still extremely valuable for any Alchemical Agent setup. Really can't stress that enough. Fallout games have created more loot hoes than other game franchises. I don't know, I think Diablo turned me into a loot hoe. Okay, Sirens now too? Is it just a competition for the most annoying background things possible? No, but auto pickup? What do you mean? I walked over that and I expected to have one. Sad. In the end, it's probably a good thing and did not have us overly reliant on .RNG. Right, like, while conceptually things like Pandemasium Contagion were cool, ultimately it is a healthier game design choice to have Contagion do what it says it does. The fours maybe someone had fireworks. Ugh. Given where I live, I'm sure some dumbass fucking redneck is gonna have a fireworks accident, so... Probably. Hope no one gets hurt. Same here, yeah. The world tiers like chaos levels, yeah, more like mayhem levels in BL3, honestly, because gear does go up per individual level. There we go. Hitboxes gave us a little trouble there. Oh, well that's toxic. Oh yeah. I should switch for this phase. No, that's drill, sir. Gonna need you to hand in your joke license. It's been revoked. Good job, Ghostblade. Good job. I'm proud of you. That was pretty sick. You gonna get closer? Thank you. Bye-bye. I'm from clown school, sir. I'd like to see you take it from me. Now, that has a different context if you get DM'd the things I do by Glenny regarding clowns. Yes, I'm gonna shove the blame off entirely on him and leave out the part where I started it. A lot of fireworks could better be described as explosives. I mean, they're all technically explosives, but yeah. That's satisfying. Round 500 dot number. Some are light fuse throw at friends. Yeah, friends. Mm-hmm. Why am I even looking at vendors? I don't have money on this character. So Ghostblade doing very well. I knew it would, but love to see it still feeling good. I'm mildly worried about my survivability later on, and I have two potential responses to that. Like, I have a Theurge, which I forgot to switch back to the correct one. Yeah, that's the one I want to run. Right? Yeah. I'm thinking of maybe running a spell with more charges so I get more Theurge activations. Then I lose the heal and the damage buff from my sigil. It's a little awkward. Don't quite know what to do about that. Morning, Urban Mac. How you doing? It's right outside my window. How loud is that? You guys hear that? Audible, not overwhelming? Okay. I could just close my window and that would help, but it's hot. I don't want to. And Sawmill's just so sad. I used to be so hyped seeing a Sawmill, and now it just, like, annoys me. The existence of the item annoys me. I don't feel good about that at all. I have the same response in my head to a Sawmill dropping now as I do to a Rectifier in BL3. That's like, oh, you don't want to touch that part of my brain. Box fan at most? Okay, okay. Okay, really rainy though. I like some rain here. Maybe help cool down a little bit, you know. Rip Sawmill, yeah. Truly sad. You know, AC? I do, but that shit's expensive. Like, is there AC? Yes. Is there Quag having money to run AC at all times? Money? No. So sometimes I choose to suffer. Long live Khan. Khan deserved a buff, sure. Sawmill did not deserve to die such an undignified death. Yeah. How you doing, Stuff Beaver? Good to see you. AC reserved for 85 plus with 80% humidity. Pretty much, yeah. Unless my ability to breathe or my cats are compromised, I just, like, don't turn it on. Yeah, J-Bridge. I don't know the consistency there, because, like, I've fiddled with some settings to maybe take some of the stress off of my shitty, inconsistent connection. And it seemed to help for the Saturday Outriders stream. Like, as far as I know, we didn't get many pixel stream moments on Saturday. But today, it's kind of back to normal without me having changed anything. So it's really just, there's no consistency to it. Especially because Outriders is also a more demanding game on my system than Wonderlands. So, like, it's not the hardware either. Very weird. Probably the thing I hated most about working from home during COVID. Work at AC, I didn't. Yeah. Yeah. And Snake Stick is just so satisfying. I'm kind of dreading when I get a sufficiently good Salt and Battery to, like, upgrade. Because then I won't use Snake Stick anymore, and that'll make me sad. But it would take a really good Salt and Battery, like, Ascended. Because I think Primordial would only, like, match-ish the Snake Stick's damage, while having worse crit stuff. So I would need to get an Ascended one for me to even consider it. Wait, Outriders of Launch has some new content. It's really fun, Cat Honkers. It's really fun. There's lots of new builds you can do. Definitely some shifts in viability and desirability. And the new playable content is enjoyable as well. What kind is that? This is a Scalawag. Reason why I really like Scalawags is they apply a lot of projectiles. They can come in whatever element you want them to, and they have melee crossbolts and a melee blade here. So this 25% melee that it says here, this will just apply to all my melee damage for holding it. This is the regular old melee damage boost, the same thing you get on rings, etc. Just normal melee. So that's cool. 25% is very valuable there for free. But you also get the melee crossbolts, and the crossbolts are a unique multiplier in the damage formula. So if you have crossbolts, it's just gonna act exactly as it says it does. It doesn't add with anything else. If I apply the max of 25 crossbolts with these 3%, then that's 75% more damage for anything I do that is melee, which is huge. And it being fire allows me to also trigger the fire portion of my Awe skill for more crit chance of damage. Scalawags are great. They're my go-to gun on melee setups, because it lets me get good access to crossbolts without losing other things. They also have homing bullets, which is quite nice, and you don't need to reload as long as you're spacing out your shots. That's the heat mechanic. If you take breaks to swing, then you never have to reload. Switch back to the right weapon. And dead. Like a game other studios could learn from. Yeah. Yeah, Outriders does some stuff that I really like for just the looter genre as a whole. The stat screen at the end of an activity, fantastic. You don't have to physically pick up each shard. Yeah, so with the crystals, it auto picks up when you go into a portal. So it's a nice little time saver there. With everything else, you have to auto pick up. So like money is the big thing that I want on this character as well. So I should be running around and picking up money, but I'm low effort. Wasting my time. It's okay, I didn't find out about that until like a week into the game, and at that point, a week into the game, hours-wise for me, was like, I don't know, 100 hours or something, 200 hours. I found out pretty late into my Chaos Chamber grinding. Any pitfalls I should avoid in Outriders? Don't get too attached to any one item. Like, re-gearing happens a lot in Outriders. Until you get well established in endgame, you'll be re-gearing constantly. Besides pits you could fall into? I don't think there's any pits you could fall. Oh, there are. Yeah, never mind. Didn't know that about the crystals. Every day is a school day. Yeah, I didn't find out about that until someone in chat told me. Got an Ascended Salt Battery. Is that good with Ghostblade? The thing with Salt Battery Pragmatic is you're kind of weighing pros and cons. If you notice on the card, Salt Battery has a really good crit damage multiplier, which does apply to your Ghostblade, but it doesn't have any additional crit chance. Now, this does not mean you have a base 0% chance of critting, because the way it calculates is it adds your melee weapon's card crit chance to your base of 5%. So, Snake Stick here has a base of 18, whereas Salt and Battery here has a base of 5. So, your crit chance boosts after that will then multiply whatever that base is, so you get a lot more value out of crit stuff on a higher crit chance weapon. But Salt and Battery, in terms of when that Dagger Storm procs, that thing hits really hard and is also a melee and just does a lot. So your damage is less consistent with Assault and Battery. I would say Salt and Battery is definitely better for From the Shadows, but for Ghostblade, I still lean Snake Stick. What do you find out about a week into Chaos runs? I missed it. Crystals auto pick up when you go into a portal. Wing Shooter. It's a neat little factoid. Didn't know that? Yeah, you learn something every day. 1.94 Twin Soul, Ancient Warrior. Shame it's only chaotic. If it was something other than Warrior, I'd take that, but nope. Someone who's played through the main campaign of Outriders hasn't done much endgame. Is there any value in upgrading DLC gear from game launch, or not worth the resources to do so? Early on, Jester, the DLC gear, in particular the tactical rifle, was actually meta for a while. Like, it was just really desirable because of the weapon mod it came with, and you could just upgrade it. But nowadays, no, it's not really as desirable. It's decent starter gear, but you don't really take it any further than that anymore. Most highest world tier, I should keep it after good gear, also prevents me from pulling my hair out. That's gonna depend on you, honestly, Rohit. For the final boss of the main story, though, I do turn it down to world tier 1, because I tend to play anomaly builds, and that boss really wants you to do firepower builds. Attack rifle launch is awesome. Attack rifles are still good. Still very good, to the point where they buffed other weapons up to attack rifle level, or attempted to. Where's the Greatbows, game? You starving me. I need Greatbows. I'm hungry. Ski prods are good, just not what I need right now. And I'm not at the point where I can get an ascended one, so I don't care. Morning, Ace. How you doing? Good to see you. Remember the first day or two of the game when people were thinking the one-shot rifles would be meta? Yeah. Attack rifles just kinda too strong. Pretty good. Making homemade sausage McMuffins with egg for breakfast. Make them with the yolk still gooey. Ooh, so the correct way. Good for you. Good for you. Mr. Streamer, I'm going to need you to stop feeding the bunnies while I'm also playing the game, because every time I hear a legendary drop, spend the next few seconds looking around. Oh, I'm sorry. I know the feeling. I do the same thing whenever I'm watching. But, yeah. I need my Greatbows. There's an anomaly in fire. Sorry for artist interruptions. You're all good, right? Firepower builds are like gun builds, and anomaly power builds are everything else. Melee builds use anomaly power. Ability-based builds use anomaly power. It's like guns versus spells, basically. Check something real quick. Good stuff. Gosh, I think I'll do a few Chaos Chamber runs to refresh myself for a bit. Alright, it sounds good. Chaos Chamber never gets old. There's always a new way to do it. I think it's pretty safe to say the boss rush format has been well received. What do you guys think? Do you think that bodes well for us getting other formats? I know some people want an obelisk rush only format, some people want just a mobbing one, like no obelisks or boss rooms at all. Some people want like a survival mode. Haven't heard a single bad thing about Boss Rush. Love Boss Rush. I'm glad to hear it's being well received, because there's some people who would have you believe that, like, bosses in this game are horrible, but generally the community doesn't feel that way. So I'm glad to see that suspicion confirmed. Only thing I don't like about Boss Rush is that Amel doesn't... Well, they did make it so you're less likely to see DLC bosses, as of last hotfix. That's cool. One thing I'd like to see is New Game Plus option. That would be cool. Hopefully that comes eventually. How's the co-op in this game? Very enjoyable, Skywolf. Co-op Chaos Chambers. Some of the most fun I've had in a co-op Lands game, period. Borderlands games always marketed themselves as like a co-op experience, but beyond a couple casual playthroughs, I never really felt that connection. But in Wonderlands, co-op Chaos Chamber, a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Really do recommend that. Can you play the whole campaign in co-op? You can. You can. Heard couch co-op has UI problems. No. Couch co-op on a game designed for hardware that is now 9 years old. That being PS4, Xbox One. Yeah. But online co-op doesn't have UI issues. Couch co-op BL2 Peak was my entire high school career. Yeah, see, people love couch co-op BL2. That was just one of the better examples of Lens game co-op, but I never really enjoyed co-op that much in Borderlands personally, but Wonderlands, I don't know, something about it's different enough that I do like it. +2 to awe. Thank you, Butt Sally. Cost more about the people you're with for me? Yeah, that's understandable. Did BL1 couch co-op with my dad and BL2 peak couch co-op with a friend. Fond memories of both, but it's an aging system with less support now. I do hope that when we get another Lands title, whether that's Borderlands 4 or Wonderlands 2, you know, we don't know. I do hope that whatever that one is not designed with the previous console gen in mind, so that those limitations are gone and they can improve on some of those core systems. Putting in perspective, designing 2022 games for PS4 and Xbox One is the equivalent of designing Xbox One and PS4 games for the original Xbox and PlayStation 2. Like, that's the time frame we're looking at. Like, maybe we can stop. As a PS4 owner with no plans of getting a PS5, I agree, need to let the PS4 go. Yeah. I know shortages and stuff are a thing, but for the sake of the game, like, functioning well, maybe time to let go. I think that starting next year we'll see less and less AAA games for last gen. Hopefully. Hopefully with the supply line issues between COVID and other world events, that's a feasible thing. I missed it? It's because I missed that rocket. Soaked rocket. Shit. Can't afford $700 to upgrade to next-gen Xbox. Yeah, so hopefully supply chain issues calm down and prices are able to come down a bit. Because we are at the point where it's choosing between two bad eventualities. Like, either games just start to run more and more poorly because they're being designed for hardware that should have been phased out years ago, or people just can't get the hardware to play the games. So, we're going to reach a point where people are going to feel some type of way about it sooner or later, and I figure just rip off the band-aid. Hey Ivan, how you doing? Oh, bad jump on my part. Bernard that. Behave. Okay, I didn't tell the Dragon Lord to behave, so I suppose that is on me. Ow, sir. Yeah, this is what I need to stab-o-matic for. be enough. Cool. What if I really do want to meet Bernadette? Then you are lost. Down at DLC boss is honestly the only issue I have with the concept as a whole. Just died on Feodora. I'm just not going back in because it kind of kills the mood. Yeah, dying on Feodora sounds awful with the amount of stuff you have to do to get there. Like, yeah. I think that mechanic of you fail, you have to start the entire mirror over. I think maybe that can go. It's one thing for chums, but it's another for Amelda and Feodora. Burnette's the worst because you're supposed to be focused on her. Dragonlord also slaps you from behind, and you need to be aware of his position too. I don't mind a positioning check and a hard target swap. It's just good. It's teaching good habits. I ended up having a very long conversation the other day about just reminiscing about my times doing progression rating in Star Wars: The Old Republic and the kinds of mechanics you'd have to keep track of that I really want to see in this kind of game. Like, the bosses from those raids in that game would translate so well to a Wonderlands, like, activity. It's kind of scary. There's so many cool mechanics. 24-hour stream confirmed. Yep, Tenor, it's happening. The goal was met. It's happening. I gotta figure out exactly when I'm doing it. It might be this month. It might be next month. It'll definitely be either July or August. Lowest I've ever seen a next-gen Xbox was around $500. It's only $300 less than I've survived on for a month of disability. Yeah, I think 500 is the lowest I've seen as well. Does Greed Warden always spawn with Vampire Hilts? I don't know. I think I've only gotten one Greed Warden, and I don't remember what it had. It might have been Amp, but I don't know. Ghostblade having a range limit's kind of annoying. Game. Just a little game stutter. Just a little bit. It's okay. I should have taken Nullify there. Oh well. Why I should have taken Nullify. Another Ghostblade W though. You can still command Ghostblade while you're down. And it's one of the very few action skills that will still be benefiting you in some way while you're down. I can't think of another off the top of my head. All the other ones either end or just incompatible with you being in Save Your Soul, or just can't be used while you're in Save Your Soul. Ghostblade, just don't care. As long as it's already out, you can do the thing. Gotta sleep early today. Have a good day, everyone. Take it easy, David. Thank you so much for hanging out. Get some good rest. Ambihextrous? Ambihextrous. Yes, thank you, JC. That's the other one. I felt like I was missing one. Yeah, Ambihextrous and Ghostblade are the only real compatible ones. Ambihextrous can be used while you're down, which is very nice. Ghostblade can't be started while you're down, but it can still be moved while you're down. Okay, my first one was just curious because Green Warden effect test is underneath the whole mod. Yeah, for whatever reason, the DLC 3 melee weapons just have them in the wrong order. I don't know. But they're both like that. Both the Greed Warden and the Petty Tantrum. That's a good Ghostblade position. Haven't played Ghostblade yet, it looks fun. You focus on dots or just melee damage? Mostly melee damage, but we do incidentally get some good dots because of Alchemical Agent. So like, Potent Poisons is taken, of course. We have Contagion. I did max status damage in my hero points. But for the most part, we're just all in on melee stuff. Like, I happen to have a status passive here, but optimally I want all damage. I'm not focusing on status there. Don't have any status enchants. Just mostly melee. But because of the way Alchemical Agent works, a bigger melee hit makes a bigger dot anyway. And since Contagion now rewards a bigger dot more than it rewards investing into the dots themselves, yes, there's a distinction there. Going more into melee damage is now the way. Is that a barbell load? Let's go. I'll take that. Thank you, game. long room. I expected this to be over like a while ago. Thanks, Snake Stick. You just start blasting fireworks near me already, ain't even noon yet. Yeah, they started, like 2 days ago here, during the daytime. I was like, what? Found a triple roid shield and accidentally sold it. Probably a good thing though, because the things that made me think of trying a spell shot melee made me sick. Start on Friday here? Yeah, Jello. Some people just kind of, I don't know, overexcited, let's call it. I did things in a totally backwards order there, but luckily we have the damage that mistake doesn't matter. Could have been much faster. Just messed up my rotation. Making good progress though. It's gonna take a while to get those 74 Greatbows. But at least it's something we can progress towards on multiple characters. Maybe I'll just start hitting the Sniper Bunny in general, but I still want... On my C50 characters, I still want to hit the Melee Bunny because I want Ascended Banshees, and now that this build's leveling, I want Ascended Snake Sticks. Getting me to hit anything other than the Melee Bunny. Gonna be tough for a bit. So, where are the Greatbows? Primordial Ski Prod. Not the max crit damage one, though, so... Dead to me. Update that. Make it clear what number I'm going for. Primordial greatest spell ever. I don't know if you're getting it on the grave before Zomboss finishes their animation. Sometimes their AI doesn't start. Yeah, I've experienced that as well. Pretty funny. Where I'm from, we don't have 4th of July. We have New Year's Eve where they're allowed to set off fireworks. It's impressive you go a week without hearing fireworks the rest of the year. Yeah, I will not be doing anything for 4th of July, but for anyone who is, please be safe, be responsible, etc., etc. One of those days where the statistics obligate me to remind you to have a designated driver. Toothless or Nasty Spell? I guess we'll go Nasty Spell. 4th of July is today. Yeah, it's just a day to me, Rabbit. Current events don't have me feeling particularly patriotic. But... yeah. just a day. For me, it is Monday. Neighborhood always has a fireworks show. Thankfully, I don't gotta drive or Uber. That's nice. Yeah, I walk or Uber everywhere I can. I just don't like driving, so I don't. I'm one of those weird people where, driving is just a massive anxiety trigger for me. I just have a very irrational phobia of it. So, yeah, I just don't. Same, so I don't. It's why I still don't have a driving license. Yeah, like, I had a permit for a few years. Like, I know how to drive, and I have driven, and I'm capable of doing it. It's just, I absolutely hate it, so, like, I don't bother to keep a license or anything. Leading cause for death of people our age is traffic accidents. Always mindful of that when getting in a car with people. Yeah. With car and bike, just scared of its crashes and trying to learn UK's test at least. Mostly want to ride motorbikes legally. Main things scares me with the city I work in and so many people don't know how to drive. That's the biggest thing with bikes, is like, you're even more at the mercy of other people. At least in an automobile collision, right? All parties involved are in gigantic metal bullets. So like, you've got some buffer for less lethal collisions. But if you're on a bike, anything hits you, you're fucked. You hit anything, you get launched, you're fucked. Like, it's putting a lot of trust in other people. And if there's one thing I don't do, is I don't trust strangers. Well, I still rollerblade everywhere like a bad 90s movie. You mean a good 90s movie? Rollerblades are the ultimate Giga Chad mode of transportation. Like, name me another mode of transportation that gives you as many options, as much flexibility, as much swagger. You can't. Razor scooter? Okay, listen, Jeff. You're lucky. You're lucky you're absolutely correct. The nerf. Heelys? Alright, there were 2 correct answers. Appa. Stop having good answers. Ruining my hyperbole. Sitting in a dentist chair, girl at a rough house, she keep a good accidental uppercut? Oh no. Must have a hell of an uppercut then. Good for her. Pogo stick? Okay, now we're just indulging foolishness. Unicycle. Considering trying to bike around more often, college classmate got an accident, the 18-wheeler broke most of his bones from the hospital for several weeks. Now I just stick to walking in the bus. Yeah, I found out a couple years after I graduated high school that, one of the kids, like, a couple years ahead of me, like, right after graduation, found out several years after the fact, he you know, wrapped his bike around a telephone pole, and that was it. Scary shit. Be careful, everyone. Like, we have an arbitrary number we have our Greatbows. Yeah, 74 is, full inventory plus the 4 equip slots. That's 74. Hey, fan, how you doing? Best way to transport sit on your girlfriend's shoulders, she carries you around. I mean, I can't disagree. Yeah, I can't really disagree. It's Alyssa. We go fire here. Stormclaw's not gonna help me here, but I want to see how much I can get done with just having the fire. And how you doing? Doing okay, fan. Doing okay. Actually works out beautifully until that happens. Nasty Spill kind of made that really awkward. But it works. Cool. We don't need to switch our armor. That's actually big. Hey Poison, how you doing today? Good to see you. Hey, Scalawag. So, parts vary wildly on a Scalawag, and this is a great example. If you compare this to the one I'm using, this one in the vendor does not have the blade, it does not have melee crossbolts, it does not have an element, and it is not ×2. So, parts really, really, really matter. This Scalawag on the left, I wouldn't give it the time of day, but the one on the right is one of my most used weapons in the entire game. So, knowing which parts are ideal for which items, whether for damage or utility purposes, really, really important in these games. Pick something coconut or kiwi and lime. Ah, that's a tough choice. I really am partial to lime, so let's go kiwi and lime. I'm gonna smell like kiwi and lime after my shower. Nice. Good smell. Yeah, that's another Greatbow. Cool, cool. Yeah, Kevin, I'm happy about it too. It's another one. That's 4. Kevin. Hi, Cat. Wanna come say hi to chat? See, Kevin's happy. Also, my stomach, holy shit. No stomach, Kevin is not food. He's cute.
Hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
We also got Jake in the background there on my TV stand. Ah, Sawmill. You're so sad. Just triple checking for Greatbows, don't mind me. Okay, so how many we get there? We got 2 more. Never any love for Jake. He doesn't come around much when I'm streaming. I think he's camera shy. Because he's normally, like, the much more physical one. But he just doesn't really approach often while I'm streaming. Is Kevin the social one? No. That's the weird part. Jake is, like, way more social than Kevin. Just Kevin is very social with me. With anyone else, he's not really. Very few people he likes. Like, Kevin likes my parents, Kevin likes my girlfriend, and me. And anyone else, he's just like, go away. Meanwhile, Jake loves everyone. Jake would be the worst guard cat ever. He'd just let anyone in and be like, hey, are you my friend too? Lost my shadow, I'm in Kitty after 12 years in February this year, so enjoying the Kitty vicariously. I'm sorry to hear Poison. It's a tough thing to go through. I've been there myself. Not after so much time, so I couldn't imagine, but I'm sure you provided an excellent life to them. Melee damage is a lot of damage, because melee is good in this game, John Wick. If you've been led to believe that melee is not powerful in this game, I'm sorry to say you have been misled. There's a lot of investment you could do build-wise to make various ways of dealing melee damage very desirable in this game. Whether that's swinging your weapon, whether that's using a Ghostblade, whether that's shooting the Stab-O-Matic, casting a Smithy's Ire, using Dreadwind, using Executioner's Blade. There's lots of ways of dealing very competitive melee damage. This build's focused around my Snake Stick Hydras and my Ghostblade action skill. Using melee a lot ain't getting that much damage. It all depends on what you put into it. You get out what you put in. I've got some very melee-focused rings. I've got an armor that's giving me some pretty good skills. Like, it's giving me extra points in Oath of Thunder, extra points in Awe. You gotta build for it. This is a builds-oriented game, so something less straightforward, like melee being less straightforward than guns or spells, you often need to think more carefully about what you're using. Even the gun I'm using right now is, I wish Scalawags were more well known. So, like, this is one of the best melee tools you can have in the entire game. I'm a pixie guy? Okay, that's what it is. Pixies have ruined you. Pixies create this illusion that you don't need to invest too much into any particular thing to succeed. No, pixies are the exception, not the rule. That's part of why they're so ridiculous and why I think they're damaging to the collective creative health of the community, because you get hooked on that and then it ruins your expectations. That's toxic, Brucey. Don't laugh at people. People don't know what they don't know, and this is one of the best teachable moments for why I think pixies are a problem for the game, because you'll have people use them because they are objectively very, very powerful, and some people find that power satisfying. Nothing wrong with that. Play your way, have fun. Video games are for fun. But it can lead to this idea that other things aren't performing, when it's, no, you just haven't invested into them yet. Morning, son. How you doing? Running your Amnesia build and love it? Hey, glad to hear, Beasties. How many melee things does Spellblade allow you to utilize? Should be looking for things other than Stab-O-Matic. Spellblade applies well to Smithy's Ire as well. Dreadwind, Ghostblade, Executioner's Blade, all that. Just hit Chaos 50, let's go. Nice, Glass in my ash. What build you running? Searched the entire map and checked all Lucky Dice and Crack Mass. Have them all. Game still thinks I'm missing one. Huh. Using Clawbringer and Spore, it's hard to find a build with that. Yeah, Claw Spore is a combo that doesn't have much within its wheelhouse that another multi-class wouldn't do better. So, like, the thing with those trees is Spore Warden tree has a bad damage formula. Clawbringer tree has very selective damage formula. It's got elemental damage, which is great. It's got a little bit of gun damage, but it has no melee damage, it has no ability damage, has no conditional damage, has no global damage. So, if you combine those two trees, it is the skill tree combination that does the least for your damage output among all combos. It's Claw Spore. And in terms of what it does do, it's a little confused. Like, that would be a good combo for getting your Wyvern to do damage, I guess. You could make an argument for. But in terms of other things, I would pick another multi-class. It's not that it's not viable, it's just that it's least efficient. It's the most gear-dependent multi-class, I think would be fair to say. Now what I'm playing right now is a Claw Stab buff, and I really like the utility and the damage options that Clawbringer brings to the Ghostblade stuff. Hey, Pointy Toast, good to see you. How are you? How was the weekend? It was pretty okay. I didn't feel so good yesterday. I ended up taking a 4-hour nap in the middle of the day. Then I woke up with a migraine that never went away. So that wasn't ideal. But other than that, things were good. Stab spell. Don't think I have a real build. Just rubies for mobbing, swords wood for bossing. Hey, that's a pretty solid, reliable gun build. Like, you have 4 out of 74. Like, Mule, you should only fire 1 shot of the same gun 74 times. The plan is to fill an entire character with Greatbows throughout it, yeah. Thanks, Dot. Found the dice I missed. It's hard to find these. Ah, well, I'm glad you got it. So just noticed I only bought the base game for Outriders and World Slayers on my starting screen. How did you purchase the game? Did you go directly through, like, a storefront? Or, how did you go for it? Steam? Shouldn't Claw Spore be good for companion builds? I literally said, if you're making your Wyvern stronger, yeah, that's one of the things multi-class can do. Those are words that came out of my mouth. Messed up for the thing devs I hope it forces me to pay. You shouldn't have access to the actual World Slayer stuff, I don't think, but unless you bought the World Slayer upgrade, we'll see though. It's my first character. I got the Barrage Reload enchant, pump ability damage for Storm Smite, Barrage stuff. It's not amazing. Yeah, Storm Smite did get a nice base damage buff, but I still suspect that it'll be on the underwhelming side. But with things like the Protagonizer, I'd want to test out Storm Smite, but I would need like a high chaos tier, law power Protagonizer, and I've not gotten that yet. Oh, Parasite. I used to have the order for Chaos Trials memorized, but, yeah, that was a while ago. Hey Glorza, been out of town training for a new job, missing the stream, how's it going? It's going great. We're doing a Chaos climb, it's treating us pretty well. But hey, job training, that sounds exciting. Ghostblade isn't creating those Hydras, right? It's only my melee attacks, right. Trying to understand your builds, they can get quite intricate. Yeah, so the Hydras are being spawned from my melee attacks, from Snake Stick, and the biggest thing to keep in mind, with Ghostblade builds is you want to be doing something while Ghostblade is doing something. That's the biggest advantage Ghostblade provides other than the range, is that it allows you to do things too. So contrast Dreadwind, for example. Dreadwind completely locks you down. You can't do anything you didn't prepare ahead of time with Dreadwind. But with Ghostblade, you still have agency over yourself. So what I like to do is Snake Stick. And Snake Stick applies the same logic. After you hit, you get that Hydra who's also doing melee stuff. So I can keep hitting, and I have the 3 Hydras attacking for me while I'm bonking the boss, and Ghostblade is also doing the same. And then if I apply melee crossbolts, all those outlets of damage benefit. If I apply soaked, everything with a relevant element benefits, etc. Hey, Poison, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Total of 234 in the channel. Legendary. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. 5 thank yous. I appreciate it. If you got gifted a sub by Poison Dart, please be sure to give them some love in the chat. And to all 5 of you, I hope you enjoy the emotes, ad-free viewing, sub badge, faster channel point acquisition, all that good stuff. Thank you so much, Poison. It'd be great if the Wyvern's attacks were able to be controlled like that English Hellish Blast cast a spell. Yeah, that'd be cool. I agree. Found a neat interaction last night, may not be new, but it's to me. Found Daggerstorm's purpose for me anyway. Constant melee for Universal Soldier. Daggerstorm from Salt and Battery? Yeah, that does that, because it's melee damage. Also, Salt and Battery Daggerstorm just hit really hard.
She's on fire.
3 in fire rate over 3 in melee boost, because more crossbolts. I'm not that smart. What do you mean?
There you go, Quack.
Hey, Pizza Trains. If you found any good use for manual transmission, it's just kind of too impractical. Once it's fully ramped up, the DPS actually isn't bad, especially for the AR category, but it's just not practical. It locks you down too much. So, not really, no. Back from vacation? Hey, welcome back, Kurt. Good to see you.
She's on fire.
1 year. Thank you for the 1 year with the Prime, Kurt. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hope your vacation was good.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Nimble Fingers versus follow-up? Yeah, I prefer Nimble Fingers for,
I'm back from
fire rate.
vacation to wish you a happy anniversary, Quag Chad.
Quag Chad indeed. Thank you again, Kirk. I prefer Nimble Fingers for the fire rate for more crossbolts versus follow-up, because follow-up applies to 1 attack. So if I ever swing twice in a row, that second one doesn't have any follow-up. But for every time I'm shooting, because I'm always dealing melee damage, I'm always getting that fire rate. Morning, Doc. How you doing? We're looking for today? We're grabbing some Greatbows as we Chaos climb up to 50. Can't pass Chaos 46 with this clown. Son of a Witch. Do you have any Sigil spells? Because the thing with Son of a Witch Wastard is he's one of the easiest bosses in the game, but he will not budge if you do not obey mechanics. So, his Skull attack, for instance, if you're standing there just taking that, yeah, that's going to ruin your day. You need to either get some distance and strafe it, or block it completely with a Sigil. If you're getting hit by the Nova attack, yeah, that's going to ruin your day, because you're meant to block that with line of sight. So get around some cover and it can no longer hit you. If he's out healing, it's because you're not dealing with a bird, and you need to have a dedicated option for dealing with the bird in some way. Once you cover those 3 things, he's a very easy boss. He doesn't have a lot of health. He's got an open crit spot available at all times. He moves slow. And he spawns lots of very weak adds for you to do various things with. He's an easy boss. There's just a hurdle to overcome to... It's like riding a bike. Once you learn the skills, you just have them, and he's never a problem for you again. Congrats on the 24-hour. Yeah, congrats to chat. Less so to me. This is Chaos Trial, right? Congrats to OBS for letting us double up once. You guys would have still made it. Oh, there's fireworks. Fucking 11:49 a.m. Livewire's lightning element. It is. But it's not it being lightning that's doing that. Livewire is just a multi-target way of dealing damage. So if you melee Blastered with the Livewire equipped, every other hit makes the Livewire chains, which arc to nearby enemies. The bird is a nearby enemy. That's a way of dealing with it. Throwing a Dagger Storm is something that will damage both Blastered and the bird. AoE things in general. Just a good way of dealing with it. If you're not dealing with the bird at all, that is where your trouble is coming from. You either need A, enough DPS that it never spawns to begin with, B, enough DPS that you can just burn through anyway, or C, you need to actually drop everything and engage with a bird and then make it a war of attrition. Like, you stop chipping away at the boss to deal with the bird, and then you go back to chipping at the boss before he spawns the next bird. Those are the ways you can deal with that boss. Maybe it wasn't fireworks, maybe the lawnmower was having some engine trouble. I think it was fireworks this time. Started a long climb from 35 to 50, still have 3 levels of Imelda to go through and 1 level of Theodore, not sure what to focus on first. I still have to go through Theodore on this character as well, because I do want to stab-o-matic, especially for Bernadette, which we're going to have to deal with again very shortly. Ugh. So I don't quite know what order I want to go through on either. Jake and Kevin handle the fireworks okay? Yeah, fireworks aren't too bad. Storms, less so. I guess it's because the storms are, like, closer. But yeah, they're okay with fireworks. Like, Kevin's asleep right there, despite those fireworks happening in the background a moment ago. He's fine. Possible for you to see who wanted to see you suffer the most? No. There's no way of me checking that. Had a buddy give me a Primordial times 14 stab. I was going to build out a lot. Yeah. That would do that. That would do that. Kevin the goat? Send. Kevin is a cat. Kevin is a Chad. I should build for this game that isn't spell shot, right? I can't. Remember, there's still people going around saying that you can only use pixies at C50. I'm like, okay. We're after Greatbows? Because I want to do a session of just shooting 74 Greatbows back to back and see how many Ascended we get. J-Bridge, thanks for taking care of Nightbot. I appreciate that. Total 7 in the channel. Thank you so much. Hey, Avi, how you doing? So Quack's Greatbow build, super fun to watch. I haven't leveled that one up. That's probably the next one I'm gonna take through the Chaos Climb. I still want to take my Mistdancer gun build up. Also, I want to do some Blizzard stuff at C50. Yeah, I know, Blizzard. But there's a soul farm strat I want to try. And Blizzard would be best suited to it, I think. It'd be between Blizzard and Ghostblade. What does disassembling do in Outriders? Gives you materials you can use to upgrade other gear. Make Blizzard great again. When was Blizzard ever great? The action skill? Yeah, never. There's some things people are doing to make it work at C50. I want to do my own spin on that. Same frame. Awkward. Easy debuff? Yeah, but also less consistent than the other option available for debuffing for that multi-class. All Blizzard needs is a chance. If Blizzard was faster, a lot of its problems would be lessened. Yeah, that's how you Ghostblade Banshee. You gotta do something else to get her to go over here, and then you can Ghostblade her. Otherwise, hitboxes are weird. Volatile Shock with Vampire. That's actually useful. Pog. Lightning, rather. Yeah, I'm considering if I want to try that soul farm today on this character. It's a lot of money to throw away on a couple of respecs. Basically, the concept is to use Berserker Capstone while doing the Bloomp farm for souls to keep an action skill active to kind of automate the process. Blizzard would be optimal there because it tracks enemies. Ghostblade I would need to park in a specific spot, and then I would still need to actually, like, manually deal with the big enemies. So I'm still leaning towards just saving that for Blizzard. Because Blizzard can hit 4 targets independently. Hey, Greatbow. Pog, that makes 5. Ah, there's another one. 6. What is this? Haha, 7. Cool. 7. Your legendary strike guns? No. Fear chucks that can chain are so much fun. The chain lightning ones? Yeah, I absolutely love those. They're a really good time. Hey Fleece, how you doing? Good to see you. Sorry I'm late. You're not late. You don't ever need to apologize for that. But stream's going well. We're doing a chaos climb on the Ghostblade build, going for great bows along the way. The goal, you can see right here, is we're trying to get 74 great bows. So we have 7 so far. Why 74? Because you can have 70 items in your backpack and 4 guns equipped. Patrick, I got something funnier than 74. Surprised you have the whole backpack free. It's like me, you're a hoarder. See, I don't. I freed up 50 slots in my bank, and then I have like 8 or something on this character. So I'm kind of banking on being slightly unlucky and not getting all the bows in one stream. But we'll see. Get it? Banking on? It was a layered joke. Did you boo me, rapid fire? That was comedy gold. Maybe comedy bronze, but still, it deserves a medal. Quag Bob, Quag Bob. About to donate to the cause, see it's already been reached. Yep, we made it. Struggling with the last DLC mirror, any tips if you're struggling with the boss? Make sure you have a weapon that's well suited to taking out the soul shard things. They're armor bars, so poison damage helps. Poison sword explosion or White Rider work really well there. And if you're finding yourself going down, having a Skeep Amulet on could be nice, because it does give you a death save target when there's no normal enemies around. You can always kill the Skeep if it's up. Yeah, you gonna learn today, Pigwort. Now join? I'm playing solo Dark Lord Chain, but I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, you have to linger a little bit for that auto pickup to work. A little awkward, better than nothing. Radius is also very small. Yeah. Playing through Outriders again, forgot how goddamn bleak things are in a lot of side quests. Oh yeah, the world in Outriders is so dark. It is... yeah. Hey Ramen, how you doing? Come on, let me lunch. There we go, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, fire friend. It's like you're not making it out of this one. Yeah, it's an awkward map. Game's also Hordegasm. Yep. Yeah, why do you think I'd play it? Same energy. You playing Outriders? Damn, y'all live like this? It's true. Primordial Tooth Raider and Avenger super affordable at a mere 66.7 million? Oh, that's downright cheap. Wow. Yeah, that's... wow. Doesn't have an enchant I want. It's going through a story with Deadshot yesterday, Dragonlord 26. I mean, I know it's overpowered, seems a bit ridiculous. Kind of made me think that I was right to have not played it to this point. The only reason I am because your build looks so fun. My first playthrough, I finished at 28. That was Frostwilder. I've seen people finish as fast as 25 without doing anything crazy. It's a story playthrough, so it's not going to be difficult. We get Blacksmith Form 2 last Thursday. How'd that slip my mind? I don't know, but yes, we did. Yes, we did. Trolls are tanky? They are. So, like, Vorkanar is kind of hilarious on this build. When I pay attention properly. There we go. And that would be infinitely faster with a poison weapon. I just didn't switch. How is it? Polarizing. I personally like it a lot because I love bullet hell. It's absolutely more bullet hell. Other than that, it doesn't change too much. Claw Stalker goes play to 28 once you know the game and optimal skills, very casual. Yeah. At least money means something in this game. True. It's not like BL3 where it was a useless resource. But it's the guns cost millions and not ammo. Yeah. Yeah. what do you think we're gonna end up with Greatbow-wise from today's stream, chat? Because we're obviously gonna be able to get more efficiently farming at C50, doing like probably boss runs. But what are we thinking? Sniper you're looking for? Read title. Or right here. 0 ascended? I mean, probably not, but I don't really care about the like, I don't care about the unused one being ascended or not, because I'm just gonna shoot it. That's 1, 2... That was an envy. Con. Okay, 2. Yeah, I don't need them to be ascended before I shoot them, because then I would just be losing an ascended one. If anything, getting an ascended one would be bad, because I'd be inclined to save that and not use it for this purpose. Doing like 50, I got 0 set up at 10 primordial, so I'm gonna guess 1 ascended. Hopefully. Hey, who knows, maybe I back up the save before we do it. And just keep going. Because element's also going to matter a little bit. I'm less excited to get dark magic ones than the other ones, but obviously getting an ascended dark magic would still be good. Shoots normal Greatbow, it ascends to godhood. Yeah, what I want to see is someone turning an ascended into an ascended. I know there's another container back there, but I can't be bothered. At least it's always an element. Yeah, that's something. Always an element. Love the game so far, lack of a jump mechanic. Trickster and Devastator have gap closer abilities. Pyro has a pull enemies to you ability. There's a weapon mod that lets you teleport to the location of an enemy you kill with a shot as well. There's gap closing mechanics, just not a jump button. Designing maps around a jump button is a whole extra step, and you know, they couldn't really change it now, I don't think, not believably. We did do it. Kittens Bomb. We did do it. Put the game down for a few months because of that. Love it now, though. A lot of other one was put off a bit by it. Jump buttons are not really like an integral thing to me. For example, I also play Godfall. That doesn't have a jump button. I don't really care. But yeah, that kind of thing matters more to some people than others. It's subjective. Gotta say something for Outriders too, riding further out. Marshmallow. Rox really needs to give Tooth Fairy a boss icon on the new map. Tooth Fairy is a bit annoying. Are you waiting until you get 74 before you start shooting? Yeah. Normally I do them as I get them. Pragmatic, but exercising some restraint. It's not something I do often. I don't know why I keep looking for that quartz on this map. It's not gonna be there in Chaos Trial. Neither does Remnant. Thought for the pace this game goes, a jump would have been nice. Probably need to do myself a game mechanic. Yeah. It's just you'll get used to it. I don't know what I would do with a jump button, especially given the map design in Outriders. As a Devastator player, like, it would just be worse than Grab Leap. Like, eh. Buttery smooth. This gas climb's going pretty well. The chance. Forgot you're in this game. I don't know why I'm waiting for my Ghostblade. I don't really need to. It's a chance. I'm disrespecting the boy. I'm sorry. It just has to be this way, LeChance. Bosses themselves have been pretty stingy on drops for me, I'm noticing. Oh well. Ooh, that was a bad spike. Sorry about the stream quality right now. My ISP is awful. What was the runtime? A little bit too blurry to see. 7:59. 7:59. Thank you. You are welcome. Very generous with the ammo though, bullet hell things I guess. Depending on weapon type, either ammo is always a problem or never a problem. Like if you use pump action shotguns and Outriders, you never have ammo. But if you use LMGs or assault rifles, you always have ammo. Snipers, it's somewhere in between. Pistols are literally infinite. Because I watched the film yesterday, I understand. New here? Welcome in. Question about 2 cooldowns on hero stat screen. With the 2 effect, I have a spellbook that spawns a Hydra. Is that considered a spell? Yes. And for a spell cooldown, work on that. And skill is the feat. So the skill is whatever you have in your action skill slot. Like for me, it's Ghostblade. Your spell cooldown applies to what goes in your spell gear slot, which is this over here. If you're using Ambihextrous in your action skill slot, which replaces the action skill with just a second spell you can equip, then spell cooldown will affect both of your spells. Your Ambihextrous spell is a spell for all purposes. It is not an action skill, and it's just a spell. But if you have any of the other selectable action skills, that is what attunement is referring to. Thanks, you're very welcome. No Greatbows on this run? It's a travesty. Of course we get sawmills. Ugh. Another one. We're getting close. Chaos Trial to unlock 47. Having Wonderlands and Outriders to jump between is a good time to be alive for me. Yeah, Pico. I love having a good game to balance against my main game. I've been playing mostly Outriders off-stream. I haven't been playing much on off-stream Wonderlands since World Slayer came out. But that's fine, because it keeps burnout away. Wonderland's still my main game, and as we get new content releases, what I play between those 2 games will wax and wane. Enemies are starting to get tanky enough that I want to use the fire weapon full time. I'm holding off on that. Oh, ow. Thought you liked the sawmill? Sawmill got nerfed into the ground. Question, what is 2 plus 2? 22. Ask a question, Twitch decides to play 6 ads. Oh, let me know when you're out of those. Big Daddy. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if it's one of the overwrites audio ads. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Man had a mission. He was motivated. And was Virgil status. Yes, I'm saying to a whole of Devil May Cry memes. It's my life now. Okay, ad's over in 10 seconds. To answer those questions, Fleece, I did like the Sawmill, and then they nerfed it, and it sucks now. And to answer your question, Big Daddy, in terms of constructing a build that holds up well at higher Chaos tiers, the thing that walls people the most when making builds in this game tends to be bosses. You need to have dedicated bossing options in your build, or you need your build concept to inherently be solid at bossing. For example, this is a Ghostblade build. Ghostblade, just because of the way it works, is great at bosses, so I don't really need to change my approach too much for most bosses. But if you're playing something like a gun build, then there's some guns that are not suited to bossing at all. There's some guns that are suited to bossing instead of mobbing. You need to diversify your options. And there's things to keep in mind with certain bosses. Like, for example, Celissa resists lightning. So that means you don't have a favorable elemental matchup for her health bar. So despite her not having, for her first phase, I should say. So despite her not having a lot of health, a lot of people do struggle on dealing enough damage to Celissa. With Wastard, you have people who need to learn how to deal damage while dodging troublesome attacks, or nullifying those attacks from the boss entirely with the appropriate things in their kit. With Drill, that's just a DPS check. If you're not able to get past Drill, then you need to get more damage in your kit. And you can get that a number of ways, through optimizing your skill tree, through getting better rings, amulets, enchantments, making sure you have good parts on your items where applicable, your guns and melee weapons and stuff. Gonna DMC soon? Maybe. I bought DMC 5, Rohith. I mentioned a couple times. I don't know if I'm gonna play it on stream or not. Hey, Spinning Idly, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Been great having you around. Thank you so much. Does that nerf just mean you like the con more than Sawmill? Yes. The con and the Sawmill effectively changed places in that last sniper balancing pass. They gave the con a really nice damage buff to the point where its paper DPS is like on the higher end of the sniper category. You'd have to ignore the ammo issues. But yeah. But the Sawmill had a huge paper DPS nerf to the point where it's now just not really worthwhile to use. Using ambidextrous with fire and ice using rubies, get fire, ice, and dark damage on bosses. They would die with mobbing, get too overwhelmed. Most of the stuff I found was single target damage, been relying on encapsulators. Encapsulators are good single target. Yeah. What multi-class are you running? Ambidextrous implies spell shop. What's your other class? Hi Senna, how you doing? Hope you're having a great day as well. Welcome in. Good to meet you. It's probably dinnering. I love the series to some extent, even the reboot, I'm embarrassed to say. I've heard the reboot has really good combat. Just weird direction for the other stuff. Spore Warden? Okay, spell Spore. So Spore is gonna be really nice for your mobbing if you're using weapons that that favor the ricochet mechanic from Play the Angles. Hopefully you're spec down that far if you're in Spore Warden tree. I would recommend it if doing Spore Warden. You generally want to take Play the Angles tree capstone. So what Play the Angles does is when you crit, you have a chance for that gun, as long as it's got a projectile compatible with the skill, to ricochet for massively more damage to a nearby enemy. And that ricochet has a chance to ricochet an additional time. So it really helps with clearing out groups of enemies, which sounds like you're being overwhelmed there. Watched stream yesterday, a guy poured close to 100,000 crystals of shotgun bunny trying to get Sabomatic. Oof. This is why spreading good info is important. Would be max loot, is it 100k? Loot luck? I don't know what max loot luck with gear on at the moment is. Like with double loot luck passive on amulet at ascended, plus the enchant, plus everything. I know your natural resting loot luck, if you have all shrines, all dice, and are at Chaos 50 on a level 40 character with no additional stuff, is 60,000. 70,000 is with one additional source of luck. I don't know what the total max is, but the practical gameplay max is 70,000 without additional gear. I think I only need Ascended Brad Luck. You can use any Ascended Amulet with luck passes. Brad Luck just has a forced roll of 2 luck passes. You could potentially get a purple with that. So look at all the amulets, would be my advice there. Just over 90k with loot luck gear. Thank you, son. DLC items go into bunnies once you beat the boss form for that drop? No. You need to defeat Form 4, which is not legitimately available yet. Chums was the only exception to that. Imelda and Fyodor both require you to defeat the final form of the boss. And I said the only exception, now Paramore is in my head. Not a bad problem to have. $60k no buffs, why I'm at 50k and not missing anything. Wasn't 50k? I could be off by a factor of 10k. But I'm pretty sure it's 60k resting. Someone can correct me on that. Ghostblade Shreds? Ghostblade's absolutely awesome. It's one of my favorite action skills. You invest into it, does some very good damage. I primordial gear, don't know what Ascended will grant. 50,000. I could have been off by a factor of 10k then. Yeah, I know with one luck piece, I think it's a single passive primordial amulet. On one of my other characters, I'm sitting at 70k. So yeah, it's probably 50k and that one is giving me 20k. So 90k with all available loot luck stuff sounds correct. So yeah. I don't tend to equip luck gear for much. I do it for wheel spinning. I should do it for bunny hitting, but I just kind of can't be bothered. The Primordial Mage Staff Curse returns. I just want to go one full day without being inundated in Primordial Mage Staffs. Please. This game's fucky with loot luck, so I was just checking. Yeah, I've had times where it was not loading my full luck bonus. Fix Mage Staff, Irish. Fix your wording. Mage Staff isn't broken. I know if it's a day that ends in Y, you ask them to fix something that's just you misinterpreting. But fix your wording. Mage Staff isn't broken. You know what chess gear is this week? It appears to be the Blazing Volley again, Fleece. Thought the bolt did no damage? No, that is not Mage Staff. That is Storm Surge and Tide Sorrow, not Mage Staff. Greatbow. Pog. Another Greatbow. Let's get those scepter-looking ones confused. Accuracy is important. Because remember, if you lose your head and do exactly what you just did and whine about Gearbox fix this, and you're not even talking about the correct thing, guess what? They don't look at the correct thing. Precision in feedback is always important. Starting to hate Storm Surge, gotten 2 Primordials and thinking to send it over the past few days. We're just gonna have that look on other items. That's me with Mage Staff, boom. I get Primordial Mage Staff more than anything else. Gotten an Ascended one as well. Just kind of sick of seeing the item. Over 70 cores a little off. Ah, thank you, Steve. Brokey with greatness. Doing my best. These Gearbox had a filter to the bank. Yeah, just better UI and loot sorting in general would go such a long way on this game. Got a poison damage, burr power, prime on Barbalo, status damage, only 1 passive though. What's the passive? My best burr one is effectively only 1 passive because the other one's dark magic efficiency, so like basically 1 passive. Status damage? Not bad. Not bad. Poison's a little awkward, but use a poison weapon, you could make that work. Or a poison... If Scalawags can come in poison, can they? A poison crossbolt applicator to make the Barbaload itself poison could be something. Want a times 2 donkey and a stab of Barbo. Use it right now for Barbara because I don't need all damage since Amnesia. Right. Status damage would be the ideal there. You know if Skuldugger arrows with crossbow standard blade? I don't know. I don't know that. Blue Luck on Amulet kind of win over everything else. No, because in combat it loses to everything else. Wobbuffet. But out of combat, technically, sure. But it's the kind of thing you carry around one Loot Luck piece, if you're gonna use it at all, and you don't really fight with it on. For things like hitting the bunnies and using the Wheel of Fate, that's where equipping Luck Gear is worth it, but in terms of actually clearing content with it on, not really worthwhile in my opinion. If you're not fighting, yeah. It's the non-combat stat, other than movement speed, but that's not applicable there. I think my ideal loot stuff amulet would be a slip and stun with 2 loot luck passives. Ascended slip and stun, 2 loot luck passives, because then you get that that extra mobility when you're just cruising around like Dreamvale Overlook and stuff. Is gun handling the worst passive? Depends on the weapon. There's some weapons where gun handling is desirable. Example, the Red Hellion kicks quite a lot. I'd say if we're looking at just combat passives, it's between, and let's discount loot luck for this for obvious reasons, it's between gun handling and dark magic efficiency. Dark magic efficiency is there because dark magic healing on spells and melee currently is like bugged so as to be borderline non-functional. So for guns, dark magic efficiency is still useful, but for other forms, for guns and abilities I should say, it's still useful, but for spells and melee it's just like a dead stat. Should I aim at enemies' feet with the Red Hellion? Why would you do that? You said it kicks a ton? Yeah. You can do this thing where you fight the recoil by controlling it yourself. Got an Ascended Red Hellion. Ooh, what's the damage on that look like? Back? Welcome back. Red Hellion's a movement speed one? Yes. Gains up to a total of 10 projectiles based on your movement speed. And note that it's like the selective amnesia, it looks at your movement speed stat and not how fast you are moving. Important distinction. Glad I pulled the trigger on 91 Canadian for the Game Plus DLC, even like it after 20 hours so far. Hey, I'm glad you feel like you got your money's worth. I'm really enjoying this game so far. Really enjoying it. It lived up to the hype for me. Back from the store getting cursed ice cream. Cursed ice cream? What flavor? Also a haircut? Nice. I need to give myself a haircut. It's getting a little warm to do my BD for comfort. I'm comfortable with a hat on. But I should, on hotter days, not wear a hat all the time. But my hair is not in a state where I would not look well put together. On an Ascended last rights and a vending machine, card damage is double the damage of my non-chaotic one. Yeah, that makes sense. 8 levels. Items scale at a rate of 1.09 to the power of whatever level it is, so that is a very large damage differential. Yeah. So doing the story, I'm slow. Hey, take it at your own pace. That's how you get enjoyment in these games, Boba Fett. I think you're doing it just right. Browser imploded, it's okay now. What flavor ice cream, Sora? Ghostblade? Nani? Hit detection was a little bit fucked there, but am I gonna need another Ghostblade for that? I'll just hit you with the same thing. I didn't mean to go in the water, but we're doing that. I was accepting side quests and getting lost in those. You're enjoying the game. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's too many different flavors cursed because for some godforsaken reason the word bussy is written onto it. Ah, okay. You're eating bussy cream then. Yeah, a little cursed. Hey Douglas, Chaos 5, let's go. Just need to figure out Frostwilder build and where to farm gear. Have some issues with bosses, time to get serious. Big shout for Sword Explosion for any kind of gun build that needs bossing damage. Ghostblade, can you, like, behave? Thank you. I pointed out it for once in a while, but yeah, Terminator reference. Chat pointed that one out to me. Morning, Rome. How you doing? Ghostblade ignoring Quag, they're still killing the boss. It do be like that. Of all the random movie references in this game, laughed many times. Me too, me too. I enjoy the reference to other games as well. There's some Mass Effect references, there's some Path of Exile references. There's some Diablo references, just cool stuff. A bad first coffee and relax when all the kids are still asleep. Ah, the quiet hours. I understand, I understand. Hope you're enjoying. Witcher reference is my top 3. Yeah, Witcher reference. Yeah. It's farmed up another 1,000 souls, spent like 4,000 looking for another Stab-O-Matic times... You mean times 14? Portal reference, right? Right. What other games do they reference in here, chat? So we got Portal, The Witcher, Mass Effect, Path of Exile, Ascended Red Hellion 369 times 4. That's pretty good. That's really good. Because you can get that up to times 10. Mass Effect reference, how did I miss that one? The Harbinger amulet. It's called Harbinger, and the red text is assuming direct control. The Mario reference, right? There's Risk of Rain 2 reference. The quest with Claptrap and Master Tonhammer references Risk of Rain 2. Any pop culture references? Definitely, definitely. Lands games just kind of always go out of their way to reference things. Greatbow. I want this con as well. Hey, another Greatbow. Another Greatbow. That's 3 in a run. Pog. Up to 14. Yeah, what Pico said, Irish. Smurfs quest? Yeah, there's a Smurfs one. Mm. Have to go now, but take it easy, sorry. You have a good one. Oh, ISP, you good? You good, homie? No. It's not okay. Oh, oh. I always get scared when it's like, hey, you have 0 bitrate. Like, that's not how that's supposed to work. Got a melee enchant on a bad egg, so I gotta keep it 1 spellcast element on my shield, put melee enchant on the gun itself. Sounds like a plan. Bad egg is something I've been shifting away from. It's still nice for some things, but I'm finding Body Rune is just too good. Bad egg losing its melee multiplier kind of pushed me more towards Body Rune, even though I was already leading Body Rune on most setups. can't mantle there. Bad Egg may have some relevance again when Dark Magic heals better on melee. Maybe, yeah. That would do something. Bad Egg's nice for, I know Lazy uses it on Punchbot for Stab-O-Matic stuff. It also gives movement speed, which is cool. But the movement speed makes me think, oh yeah, you could use this for selective amnesia stuff. And then my brain goes, wait, hang on, if you're keeping your ward broken for Bad Egg's Dark Magic bonus element, then are you going to want to run amnesia? So I suppose a use case for Bad Egg would be if you're doing Reaper of Bones amnesia with a Stab-O-Matic. That's a use case for Bad Egg. They do pretty well there. Now, Body Rune would also do well. Bad Egg would be using all of its functionality in that case. Hey Manigeek, how are you? Good to see you. Oh, sorry, Fire Friend. I was just not paying attention. No excuse there. Just me being bad at video games. Maybe help for bossing, maybe. In a pure single target scenario, yeah, I suppose it's technically easier to activate the effect. But Body Rune also has that pesky hidden Spirit Rune thing, which, based on Bad Egg losing its hidden melee mult, I do expect Body Rune to eventually lose the Spirit Rune effect. Bad Egg's a reference to eggs, big if true. No quartz. The Bad Egg and my Dreadwind and Berserker are probably better off with Body Rune and move speed. I need to try out Dreadwind at C50. The thing about Dreadwind is, at C35, you're already very vulnerable to enemy damage, especially if you're doing things like using an Amnesia to really get that damage going. And Bad Egg puts you more vulnerable to that stuff, whereas Body Rune makes you less vulnerable, also gives you healing, also gives you damage. I gotta compare the two. That didn't pick up. You will not stop giving me ability damage rolls on ice spikes. That's not exactly a reasonable thing to complain about, Thermal, because that's a good roll. Feel like if I got a bunch of Ascended Sword Explosions, I'd be like, man, game, stop giving me Ascended Sword Explosions. Like, obviously someone else is gonna be like, shut up. You know? Like, the game just kind of be like that. What you can't use immediately is worth storing for a setup where you can, if it's that good. Would you object to Bad Egg giving leech efficiency? That wouldn't really change anything, Pico. That's the thing. Even if Dark Magic leech on spells and melee worked properly, it still wouldn't really be a selling point compared to what you're comparing Bad Egg to. Use a Hooligan on your melee builds, worth using it to stack damage on your way in. Hooligan. Is that the AR room? AR? What's the duration on the crossbolts, if you happen to know offhand? I don't have one, but it's entirely possible that would be useful to me. What's the duration on the crossbolts? BRB? Sounds good, man. Take a Primordial Mage Staff. You don't mean that, Tenor. You don't. You can have my Ascended one. I don't want it. Think it's 6 seconds, not 100% on that. Okay, if it's 6 seconds, then yeah, that's maybe an option. The thing is, I'm already able to stack crossbolts pretty effectively with the Scalawag. The Scalawag also gets a blade. So I don't really have a reason to switch. But if a Hooligan can get good value crossbolts with a good duration and apply them well, and you get a favorable element, if it can also get a blade, it's a suitable replacement. But I've not personally found anything better than this role of Scalawag. Now, this Scalawag could also get a crit part. I did get perfect parts on it. But I don't really care about how much damage the gun is doing, you know? 79% melee crit chance. Love to see it. Serious, need one for my Reaver of Bones build. But you could just use a melee weapon that's good. I get it, though. It's a good example. I may not want a Mage Staff, but there's surely people out there, like Tenor, who do. It's the beauty of this kind of game. How else am I gonna blast cast and blast chill in the same swing? That's the fun part. You're not. But you'll still be doing more damage. I'm back. Welcome back. Got a few Ascended weapons and no use for them right now. Yeah, it depends on what you get, Catalyst Reaps. I've got a couple Ascended things I have no use for. Example, I have an Ascended Fate Breaker. Like, not exactly useful, but I definitely stored it. Just in case. Set up our Primordial Purple Greatbow Amulet with max odds and all damage. Not bad. Not bad at all. $11 Dragon Aura, 8 Awe, 8 Potent Poisons. Oof. I mean, the 8 Awe is only 2 more points from us down, but still. A lot of Dragon Aura and Potent Poison. Picked up an Ascended Cape of Tides last night with good companion rolls for my build. Alternate enemies in the boss run mode. Hey, it sounds good. Getting a good Cape of Tides is very, very nice. Much cleaner zone boss than the last one. These White Riders haven't been good today. A lot of high mag ones, very few times 2s as well. Of course I missed the completion. It's okay, you're not gonna miss the stream. You'll have plenty of time to watch that. How you doing, Nadashby? 2 runs on Fyodor left, and then I'm done with all the mirrors. Let's go. We're almost there, chat. We got one more run, and then we'll be on C50. Doing good, how about you? Vibin'. Enjoying Ghostblade. Glad it's holding up as well as it is. Looking forward to taking it through some C50 stuff. Do boss runs? Yeah. Which node do you suggest I reach for on a Technomancer for base game leveling? I'm not familiar with Techno, Rohit. I wouldn't be able to give you a good answer there. Sorry. I'm Devastator. I don't know Techno stuff. Hey Amber, how you doing? Came in just assigned C50 Ghostblade? Yeah, we just unlocked C49. So we're gonna unlock C50 and then play some C50. Haven't been able to cast Polymorph on a Melda4 and it's bothering me. There just doesn't hit her, more likely weird hitbox stuff. More likely the hitbox thing, Beaver. Imelda's hitboxes are just awful. Hey, Greatbow, let's go. That's 1. Just 1?
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Looks like just 1. That's okay. Do I have a Kevin nearby? I do not have a Kevin available, Luke. But how you doing? Good to see you. Just transitioned to AP Impale with Bannerlord from AP Earthquake and Seismic. Loving the Impale set. It felt awkward to me, Rome. Now, maybe I'm too used to other muscle memory, but I still preferred Seismic Commander for Impale stuff. I don't know what the peak for that is, but currently I'm doing a Marshall Boulder Dash is my happy place right now. Pet the goddamn cat. There's no cat available. Cat. There's Kevin. Come here. I need to pet you. I'm being threatened at Quag Point. Come here. He's just staring at me. Kevin. Thank you. Good boy. Don't trip. I'm good, thanks. How are you? Doing well. Doing well. Let's put that Greatbow away. Yeah, we've gotten 16 today. This one is Alyssa, right? Thank you for petting. Hope he and Jake are doing well. They are doing well. Oh, ISP, OBS, POOP, BUTT. Alright, now we're good. Yeah, they're doing well. I'm doing well. Just another day in the life. Fine enough, yeah. It just occasionally it'll just drop to 0 bitrate, and I'm like, oh, okay. That's cool. But like my upload just turns off sometimes while I'm streaming. It's just like you have 0 upload now. How? Normally set it about 25 to 30 uploads, but sometimes it's just like you have 0 now. I'm like, oh, okay. Upload speed? No. 1K, let's go. I'll have to update you guys on the Twitch-wide Quag Chad usage. I haven't checked. $1K Chads. Milestones today. We got 1K Chads. We're about to hit Chaos 50 on Ghostblade. The channel points goal for the 24-hour stream was met. It's a day of milestones. Keep finding companion damage, action skill duration rings, and Reaper and Bones will like those upgrades. Action skill duration doesn't do anything for Reaper Thermal. Remember, its duration is based entirely on your health. Action skill duration does absolutely nothing for Reaper Bones. It'd be nice if duration affected, like, the invulnerability it gives when it ends, but it doesn't currently, to my knowledge. Increases your friendship stat. Ah, fair. Action skill active work with Reaper? Yes, yes it does. Voldemort has a friendship stat of 0. Technically the truth. That was a little hairy. Don't say that name. If you say the name too many times, J.K. Rowling will appear. And say some dumb, bigoted shit. Be careful. Exactly, no one wants that. Is Pride Month over? Can we start Sloth Month? I thought the consensus was it's a Wrath Month, Amber. I could be wrong, though. I can deal with a Wrath Month. Pride Month 2, Electric Boogaloo. I'm down. Unless I got plenty of wrath. Yep. Same. Same. Is last month off the table? That's every month. Oh, I like how we all have different answers. That's February. That's August. Me, I'm just like, that's the whole year. Down terrible. A love for your homies month, also every month. I list every month. Yeah, what do you list? Anything interesting? Lusted for a busted, sir. Stop. It's what they list. They list every month. True. I wonder if I can get away with this. No, it seems I can't. Celissa does not want me to do that. So I might still need to actually do that armor swap for Celissa. It's fine. I think I did pick up a suitable flaw. If we get Celissa on a boss run, we'll try that out. It's the lightning resist that makes Celissa a little awkward for this build. I'm wearing a Stormclaw right now, which is converting my Wyvern and my Hydras into lightning damage. Which she resists. But that's that. Amnesia turns total possible move speed into all damage. Yes. The stack with all damage passives, same category. Yeah. Get hate Meld a month, also every month. All of these are just every month type deals. Congrats on C50, thank you. Is dude riding Vorkanar? Yes. When you blow up the bomb, you can see him up there. He becomes a crit spot in that phase. Vorkanar is just a dude controlling a metal dragon, conning the goblins into worshipping him. Really tiny dude, yeah. He's a crit spot? Yeah. If you run out of the little orbs on the side, he's the only remaining crit spot. Wizard of Oz, but in a metal scale suit. Yep, so I guess we can consider that another pop culture reference. Bro. How inadequate below the waist do you have to be to fucking do that? Ugh. The reason you're going for 74 Greatbows specifically, 4 weapon slots plus 70 backpack slots. So full inventory plus equip load of Greatbows. Too many sawmills. At least we got one Greatbow this run, though. Too many sawmills. You do not love to see it. Still think 75 is funnier. At least you got one con. I've been picking good ones up. Con is good. Just ammo hungry. Post buff, it's a pretty good gun for the limited amount of time you're able to use it. The con of the sawmill effectively changed places, balance wise, with the sniper rebalancing. So pre-sniper balance week, there was only one bad sniper. Post-sniper balance week, there's only one bad sniper. It's just they're different items. Okay. So I want to roll Consec onto that snake stick, I think. If I can. I should have been doing that the whole time, but meh. Didn't feel like stopping. Okay, no dice there. I want to do DLC 3 to get Fyodor in the pool, but actually maybe I don't want to do that yet. Let's do some boss runs. We run for rings on your spells only build. One slot I run an insight ring because it's good at boosting blast gasp, and the other slot just whatever I can find with good spell crit chance, spell crit damage. Definitely prioritize those passes. Ability damage or spell damage main stat. Insight ring is locked to ability damage, so that one is ability, but for the other ring, spell damage. Sawmill change wasn't needed. It was not. Is the idea to shoot all the bows back to back once you get all of them? Yes, exactly. Really? Really? Made DLC bosses less likely. Cool. It doesn't hit. Why doesn't it hit? Why isn't it possible? Yes, I had to use that meme. I'd like one death, please. don't even know what to do here. Am it frozen or just me? If it's frozen for you, pause and unpause. Just like, for once, I want you to teleport. Please. That Imelda's the reason for the Stab-O-Matic. Imelda's the reason for all suffering in the world. Hey, that actually hit this time. Inconsistent hitboxes. Okay. Oh yeah, I can't melee you because you're out of range. Oh, that's cool. Ghostblade, please. Ghostblade, why are you doing this to me? I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends. My strat right now is I have to hope my Snake Stick Hydras decide to target the right thing, because my Ghostblade is physically incapable of hitting her. Like, would I be better using Storm Dragon's Judgment? Would I be better using Cleansing Flames? We're gonna try Storm Dragons, because, I don't know, fuck it. Cool. Yeah, that at least made contact. Pitiful as that damage was. That one didn't make comeback. Oh, that one also missed. Come on, Hydras, you can do it. Please, please don't make me have to go through more. Oh, okay. Okay. Tired right now, still a 7-hour shift today. Oof. Best of luck with that. Well, this game just got an Cyclops Obelisk room. Look up the entire time, try to kill them at the single cursed crab that spawned to me completely by surprise. Never a dull moment. They certainly keep it interesting. Time to equip Stab-O-Matic. Yeah, honestly, I should for that. I just don't. It's Stab-O-Matic, you know. I just. It would be optimal. I don't want to. Ghostblade? But you're supposed to work in this position. Ghostblade? Oh, okay. My Ghostblade just doesn't work. Cool. Curious if that would block that. It didn't. Still nothing? I guess I'm doing this. I'm very annoyed. First boss run, and I get Buggy Ghostblade on Imelda, Buggy Ghostblade on Banshee. What's next? Dragon Lord? Why do I open my mouth? I'm still in this run. Why did I say that? Why did I tempt fate? Why do you allow me to talk? Chat. What is this? You're supposed to protect me from me. Are you hitting Ghostblade? It looks like you're hitting. Wait, is Ghostblade hitting? No, it's not. Never mind. False alarm. He's silent streamer now. Maybe. Good luck with Dragon Lord. Yeah, thanks, bro. You ready to get Imelda again? Ah, yeah, instead of Imelda 4, we get Imelda 2. I see. I understand. Banshee Drill and Dragon Lord are my most seen bosses in this run. Drill's fine, because you can, like, at least mechanically hit Drill with stuff. It's just, Dragon Lord's annoying because he's slow and Bernadette doesn't play nice with certain things. And then Banshee hitboxes are scuffed. Imelda's just the worst in every possible way. Pigwort? I can do a Pigwort. Hang on, that's buff buddies on Pigwort. That's problematic. I was wondering why you healed. See, we're doing hardcore Pigwort. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Alright, how do I deal with Pigwort with 2 buff buddies on him at all times, while he resists my main element? I gotta think about this. A little awkward. Alright, I gotta change. Put that on. Wait, you resist that too. Shit. Poison? Could be worse, could have Healing Vengeance on as well. True. Shit. I was just about to activate the thing. Oof, okay, that was awkward, but we made it. Alright, if this is another Imelda. Okay, it's LeChance. For like a nanosecond, I thought it was Imelda again. Don't ask me how, the environments look nothing alike, but just fear does a lot to a man. Yeah, contrast Imelda and Banshee versus this. Frog's not going delusional. I'm losing my mind, man. It's not going well. What are the chances? That took 15 minutes because of Imelda being the worst. Or boss melts with Contagion. You could still boss melt. It's just, yeah, Contagion was rarely the culprit with me boss melting in my Ghostblade build, because I didn't have that much status damage. Like, with everything active at once, I had about 100, which meant that I would need a really long Contagion chain for it to build up to anything. That's not, it's not the main source of damage here. Ghostblade being good. It's awkward on Imelda and Banshee because of hitboxes. It's awkward on Celissa because of element of what armor I happen to have, but if we get, like, Nightmare of Workanar, I can really showcase it. Zomboss. Drill. Does really well on Drill. I can do some featured runs, but featured has Banshee. And with Ghostblade acting in a way I've never had it act on Banshee before. That's kind of a bummer. Saw that. Greatbow. That makes 1 for this room. Ah, there's another one. 2. Two more for the Greatbow God. Hey, that's a good Scalawag. It's not ×2, but it's got the melee crossbolts with the blade and an element. That's a pretty good Scalawag. So jealous of that. I'm sorry. It wasn't ×2 though. I appreciate you, that is all. I appreciate you, fan. Thank you. Surely we won't get Imelda again, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way. Famous last words. Hey, LeChance. Getting one with melee and element and blade is time consuming, that's without the ×2 in there. Very true, very true. LeChance's Quag Chat, true. Petition to call the peg leg the pog log. Yes. Signed. Jaybridge, you're consistently just hitting bangers with these shit posts. I think you need to get on Burbap so you can tweet these things. Like, you Poglog? Yes. I'm unreasonably attached to that name. Unreasonably. See, that's what it does to Zomboss. Didn't even leave the platform. That a hand? I know what you mean, but sir. Quill on the head. can deal with drill. I'll consider this a W. Yeah, I'll definitely consider this a W. I'm gonna try this out. I don't think so. My note. Ghostblade. Ghostblade. And it's not cooperative today. Time for the Chaos Grind. Got 1.2k souls out of just doing all the mirrors. Ooh, that's a good haul. Holy shit, Ghostblade, what is wrong with you today? I'm supposed to be the one with bad aim, not you. Ghostblade's not paid enough for this. It's on some sort of strike today, clearly. There we go. Works fine on this phase. See, that's Ghostblade working properly. Had a bad case of projectile dysfunction. That's the deciding thing in this game, hitboxes. Hitboxes will determine whether your action skill phases the boss before it gets a single attack off, or if you just run around cursing for several minutes. There's very rarely an in-between. That was 644 with that scuffed drill. If that Ghostblade had gone properly, we could have gotten like a sub 6 on that. Doing pretty okay on money. Up to 15 mil. Pay Ghostblade more than? I'm trying. I already worship it. Well, I remember to update the chest loot like twice. Yeah, I don't know what the story behind that feature is. It's very interesting. We've had volley 3 times now, which is the default. I believe is how it works. Greatbow. That was a terrible haul. What is this? Out of all that. Ugh. Well, at least that's one. moon orbs. Let's roll some stuff. Where's a poison one? There it is. Nah, that's a non-swing mult. Nope, nope, nope. Another one. Yeah, this is gonna be how we're gonna try to farm for most of the Greatbows. Just probably boss runs. Maybe tomorrow I do some more featured on my greatsword build, because I want banshees, and I could just also hit the sniper bunny for Greatbows. Dragon Lord. Great. Why do I tempt fate? Yeah, I don't think the game wants me doing this right now. We have the damage to do that to him. It's just Bernadette. It's just Bernadette, that's the annoying bit. I'm 100% sure I dodged that. Just remember, you put this out in the world. I did. It is my fault. Well, unless send it, Slip and Sun, the lightning. Stabbo? It's always lightning, but Stabbo? Nice. Oh, you're there. Okay. Slide speed's way too fast at 88%. Yeah, I don't see a lot of areas of the map where you have room to take advantage of that slide speed, to be honest. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Dragon Lord's still way easier to deal with than a Melba. It's fine. It's a decent Twin Soul. Amp Caustic? Yeah, I'll take that. Amp Caustic 1.94. That's good. Oh, it's gonna be next boss. Why are you doing this to me? Do this to yourself, just pointing it out. This isn't much better. I mean, I guess it's an improvement. I don't know. I saw Ghostblade hit one thing. Seen it. Seen it. And it's hitting now. Why is that so inconsistent? Hitbox spaghetti. Yeah. Yeah, I just parked Ghostblade somewhere random and I think she floated into it. Found a Claw Stab, Selective Amnesia, +3 odd passes are so bad for that combo. Depending on what you've got, the rest of that could be enough to make it still worth running, you know? Miasmic Male with 2 Thralls, 2 Dark Hydras. No thank you. I tried though. So good bashing using fire? Yeah, my melee weapon's lightning. I didn't bother switching to the fire melee weapon that run. The gun is just here to apply bolts and off. That's all it's for. .9 for Twin Soul, Frost Vampire, Archmage, it's volatile, can keep for survivability and non-melee builds. Yeah, it's still definitely worth keeping. Volatile is not bad. I'd say even for C50, volatile is like good enough. You definitely want better, but it's good enough. And Zomboss. Okay, it was pretty chill this run with our boss selection. Not too bad, not too bad. 837, still took a while because of Dragon Lord, but not bad. non-chaotic with companion crit chance, spell damage against the spell stuff is good as there's both of them. Multi-class uses spells. Non-chaotic make a difference. Non-chaotic affects the class power most notably. So you have a bit less stab power, but my really well-rolled one is only chaotic, so I'm missing out on a lot of class power. The spell damage could be nice if you're doing Spellblade. You could do something Spellblade related with that. I suppose another avenue there is the spell damage would feed into a Buffmeister. And the companion crit would help the Wyvern. Those are just listing off things it can do. Low roll Primordial Carouser. Yeah. Buffmeister. I know. I feel the same, but just listen off the capabilities. Bad haul again. I know I'm a little over time, but I'm feeling one more. Just one more. I want to round off to 20 Greatbows if we can. And no, if we go over 20, I will not round off again. Don't give me ideas like that. Round off, you go over 20. No. Stop it. No. One more for the road. Got a Banshee without a hilt mod? Yeah, Banshee and Salt and Battery are both capable of rolling without a hilt mod. It's a huge bummer. Working arm. Tolerable. I switch to poison? Nah. Need to bother. Greatbow's much better than 20. You're a bad influence. Plus 3 could it be worth to do some Stabbo Capstone stuff? Better to grab 6 and forget the Stabbo Capstone. That's gonna depend, honestly. There's no clear-cut answer to that, Bieber. In this setup, I tend to like going for 6 off because the capstone is not really that valuable to me. Because I'm not critting that much with guns, and I'm not really critting at all with spells. so I wouldn't trigger it often. So just putting more damage into my Ghostblade and my dots is more relevant to me. But there's a case for even this build with running Stabbo Cow. Like, it's not very clear cut. Nightmare. You get a charge? Oh, you're just gonna act completely differently? That's interesting. But okay, you do you, baby boo. Before it could get the attack off. Love to see it. Primordial Laser Hand. Not great cards, but I'll take it. Ascended Frenzied Wrath. One mag size passive is 35.8%. Wow. One fire rate is 18.6. I mean, it's Frenzied Wrath with Stabbo power. That's not particularly useful, but the stats are good enough on that that I'm just gonna keep it to look at. Who's your favorite non-raid boss? Probably Banshee? Probably Banshee. Yes, I know I complained a bit about Banshee today, but she's a really good teacher for dodging boss attacks. Well placed in the story, so probably Banshee. Because all the stuff Banshee has you learn comes back for later boss fights, you know? And I think that's a well-placed encounter in the game. Blaster. Cool. Went easy on us this run. Good up there, buddy? Oh, he's coming around. Hydroster Alchemical if they crit? Yes. Yes, they do. $645. Not bad. Definitely more of a fun run. This White Rider's trying. Got one crit part, good mag, but it's non-chaotic and not ×2. Does enchanted effect on weapons work if they're not in your hand selected equipped in one of your 4 weapon slots? No. So your melee enchant, your ward enchant, and spell enchant are active as long as you meet the conditions, regardless of which weapon you're holding. So you don't need to be like swinging a melee weapon for your melee weapon enchant, but for your guns, you only get the benefit of the one you're holding. Still need to try more Thunder Anima stuff. And if you swap, you lose it, right. And there's some enchants that don't turn on even if you swap into them and meet their conditions. For example, the one that extends from the shadows on reloading. You need to be holding that when From the Shadows starts for that one to work at all. There's a couple that are weird like that. Primordial Envy. Seems low for a Primordial. I'll pick it up. I don't remember Envy damage ranges. Greatbow. Beautiful. Ascended Eidolon. What's the value on that? Meh. Number 20. Cool. That is that, I think. Not a bad ring. Let's hope for 21. Evil does not prevail this time. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today. So we got Ghostblade up to C50. I'll be testing this out on various things, optimizing, but it feels good so far. Got plenty of gear upgrades to get. This is without any ascended gear. So getting an ascended melee weapon would do a lot for us here. This armor could go up a lot because we're missing out on a lot of class power. Ascended amulet for class power. I was thinking about going for Barbalode to improve my mobbing a little bit. I would lose the cooldown assistance from Theurge, but with an Ancient Hilt, that's not too much of a big deal. So I was thinking about that. Whichever I get first, a really good Ascended Barbalode or a really good Ascended Theurge. Use one of those. Ascended Body Rune would be some good buffer. I think I do have an Ascended with capacity I could transfer over from the Barbara save. Rings are in pretty good shape for a while. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. I don't know why that's all caps. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will next be live tomorrow. More Wonderlands stuff and things. Coordinating a couple extra things, so hopefully I'll have some cool stuff to announce within the week. But yeah, thank you guys for all the support. Let's find somewhere for us to go. Let's see who's live playing Wonderlands right now. Bird's on Outriders, Lazy's on Wonderlands, K6 is on BL3. Let's go to Lazy. Let's go to Lazy. And of course you're Andy. Raid message will be give Greatbows Quagmat, because I want more. We only got 20. I need 54 more Greatbows. We'll be able to farm them a lot faster now that we're not doing Chaos Trials on this character. Yeah, so that's something to keep an eye on. Something to keep an eye on. Anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Plan for tomorrow is more Ghostblade. I do have other stuff I'm trying to kit out for C50 before I actually bring them through the Chaos Climb. At some point, the gun Mist Dancer is going to go up, and I do want to try some Blizzard Soul farming. We'll see what happens. But I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Oh, we got 2 primordials now. Heck yeah.